Chapter 939. Amidst the silence, Feng Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into Earth Trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. "We cannot go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yicha said. "At this depth, the Earth Shell Snail is active. We need to explore the surroundings." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Feng Yuan and the rest's formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yicha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Feng Yuan used time 8 luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. "Very good." Feng Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious. Let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around." Dragon Commander Yicha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Yuxia octopuses. "I need to deal with the snail's saliva. I need to use starlight. It will most likely alert these Yuxia octopuses." Feng Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest. Everyone's expressions sank. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. "Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion," Dr. Yin Xian said. Feng Yuan shook his head. "That is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Yuxia octopuses first." Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yicha had to compromise. "Then we will kill these Yuxia octopuses first. Xing Xiangzi will take action." This time, Dragon Commander Yicha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Linden Yao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Yin Xian, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yicha was soon done with the arrangements. Feng Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Yuxia octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Yuxia octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while, the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yicha suddenly said to Feng Yuan, "Xing Xiangzi, you should also make a move." Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped a Yuxia octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Starlight shined brightly. Feng Yuan's attacks were relentless soon. This dying Yuxia octopus was killed. Next, he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Yuxia octopus was half man, half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Yuxia octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Feng Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Feng Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yuxia octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Linden Yao controlled the birds to stall the Yuxia octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Feng Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Feng Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yuxia octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yicha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yuxia octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yuxia octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Feng Yuan's battle strength. Feng Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Feng Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Feng Yuan alone, he might not be Feng Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Feng Yuan started to collect the Star Knight mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Feng Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon the earth-shell snail stopped squirming. Its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth-shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth-shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth-shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth-shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In earth trench, there were not only the Yuxia octopus. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milkgrass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey, the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth-shell snails. 2 of them. Feng Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much Star Knight mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast Scarlet Flame Snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of earth trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus, Feng Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Feng Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Feng Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yuxia octopuses ahead. Stop advancing, there are many Yuxia octopuses, there are at least 30 of them. Lin Danyao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yuxia octopuses controlling them. Even though Feng Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it. He could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later, they found the 4th earth-shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell. Its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of Earth Trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin Danyao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. Sir Xing Xiangzi, you can use your methods freely. Feng Yuan nodded. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. He recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close, they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here, they will not be able to move, they will starve to death. Earth-shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast-level earth-shell snail. Realizing this, Feng Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in. He screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone, there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Feng Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan fell onto the cliffs. His legs were stuck in the soil. He had a panicked expression. Immortal Killer Move. Starfire Escape. Fang Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. "Don't fly!" Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. But by the time he spoke, it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouthhole suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew. The mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth. It could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fang Yuan shouted, "Someone save me." The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful. The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth. They are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked. They attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demoness? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon. It would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm. They attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yicha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned into a Yaksha octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the furious Yaksha octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yicha. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xing Xiangzi was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach. He could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yaksha octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yaksha octopuses. There were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yaksha octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yicha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yaksha octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged. What was going on? But they had to save Xing Xiangzi first. Persevere! Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders. They could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Ko-Ho did not hide under the heavy soil belt. Instead it went berserk. Its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on. They could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Ko-Ho's flesh was torn. Originally, the situation was very clear. Even though the Ko-Ho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yicha and company's match. But the Yaksha octopuses came to disrupt the situation. It became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you. They restrained each other. The situation was chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses had the most numbers. They surrounded the immortal zombies and the Ko-Ho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xing Xiangzi, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yaksha octopuses. The Yaksha octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yaksha octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hit himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Wuxia octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Wuxia octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Wuxia octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Wuxia octopus. The Wuxia octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge, there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fang Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm, and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yicha can raise large numbers of Wuxia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yicha's cultivation secret also made Fang Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead. It was filled with death energy. It was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yicha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yicha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time, howl. Before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area. It quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fang Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Wuxia octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the walls 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Wuxia octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat. They would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Wuxia octopuses. The Wuxia octopuses were happy to do this. There were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fang Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Wuxia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories. Their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Wuxia octopuses. Fang Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds. He could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into 2 from top to bottom, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Wuxia octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Wuxia octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fang Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fang Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yuxia octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yuxia octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Yuxia octopus left. Several desolate beast Yuxia octopus. If Yuxia octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Fang Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal. It was not just some light effects. The aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fang Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 Jinyang Tower would soon be known. Fang Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me, that would be hard to explain. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now, he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fang Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here there was a Yuxia octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Yuxia octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yuxia octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Yuxia octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Yuxia octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent, they would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo, no matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Yuxia octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Yuxia octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Yuxia octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Yuxia octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. He walked around Yuxia octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Yuxia octopus was a pile of white bones. There was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind shook. It is here. The Dao marks here are leaking, this is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon Fang Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation. Because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation I need to use goo worms, there will be a huge commotion. Seems that I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he picked up a bone and moved away from Yuxia octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Yuxia octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Yuxia octopuses that were guarding their home swarmed over. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now, Yuxia octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan used every second he had to unravel this spacepath goo formation. The Yuxia octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies, they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fang Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it, he would need months. Chapter 941. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole, it would take about a month. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Yuxia octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man. Every second counts. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light, he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Yuxia octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time, he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had not reached Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yuxia octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. The Yuxia octopus king returned to its residence and first scanned the place. Felt something was amiss. When Fang Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Yuxia octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fang Yuan gradually faded. Yuxia octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time it did not sleep, its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Yuxia octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fang Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fang Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state, this was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fang Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment, the matter of him collapsing 88 Jinyang Tower would be exposed. By then the whole world would chase after him. Who immortal blessed land would definitely be lost. He would have to treat star form blessed land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Wuxia octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Feng Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Feng Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like in 88 Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Feng Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Feng Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the goo immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Feng Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 goo immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Feng Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth. It is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal goo dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses, directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Feng Yuan only knew that this number was huge, extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the goo immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge goo formation's value is even higher. This huge goo formation's value is even higher. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge goo formation. In this goo formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge goo formation, otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this goo formation, I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a goo formation to a certain extent. It could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this goo formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved. It is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Feng Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. This sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Feng Yuan's fingers. They looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Feng Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials. He started to fly in the air searching. Time passed minute by minute. The joy on Feng Yuan's face slowly faded. The feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all. It is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bee needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Feng Yuan peach grows, there must be snaketail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only immortal material plants. There is not even a worm. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Feng Yuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Feng Yuan's feet. How can this be? Feng Yuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic. They could no longer be used. Strange. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Tao marks. When the Tao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all. It is completely silent. A chill rose in Feng Yuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Tao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers and trees, Feng Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Feng Yuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant goo formation that created this place must be very strange. If I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire goo formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Chapter 942. Swoosh. Feng Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Feng Yuan did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Feng Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Feng Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Feng Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Feng Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkle down with the wind. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest. each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Feng Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Feng Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Feng Yuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them. Feng Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture-concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago, in the auction that Qin Baishang organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now, in front of Feng Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Feng Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Ice Spike Divine Ape, White Hoof Ink Dragon, 9 Palace Crane, Iron Crown Eagle Dragonfish Sharp Tusk Boar. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Feng Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains Unique Coiling Mountain Goat King, Southern Borders Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Central Continent's Diamond Bear, Eastern Sea's Magnificent Smoke Turtle, Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts from the 5 regions. Could be said to have everything. This is a ruin bat. Feng Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruin bat that Feng Yuan saw in Northern Plains Tai Chiu. Half Moon Qilin. Feng Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be Remnant Heavenly Hound? Feng Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen Remnant Heavenly Hound personally. He had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Feng Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Feng Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Feng Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Of course, at rank 9 they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a super organization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions, only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies, and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, They were also continuous. They would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. But as far as Feng Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Feng Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life, he had attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Feng Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who was the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Feng Yuan knew this. Or rather, every superorganization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court's strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and aboveboard, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. That is... Feng Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand. There were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Feng Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu formation. A terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Feng Yuan's attention. Feng Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Feng Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of Metal Path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee. This was a creature recorded in the Legends of Ran Zhu. Chapter 943. Feng Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks. The light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Feng Yuan was not a grandmaster in Gu refinement, he understood one thing. The reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Dao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Dao marks a goo worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal goo, it was to extract the required Dao marks from countless mortal goo and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Feng Yuan's hand had a lot of Dao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 8 immortal goo had tens of thousands of times more Dao marks than rank 6 immortal goo. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee. It mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal goo, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal goo now. Feng Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this goo formation, I finally have some gains. Feng Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while, he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief, entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous bee wings. It was slightly inferior and did not produce a halo of Dao marks. Feng Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Feng Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Feng Yuan observed carefully and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Could this be? Feng Yuan's heart moved as he activated his goo worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly, it floated away from Feng Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Feng Yuan's body shook, and then he was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. Feng Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions. It was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with the phoenix bloodline. It was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in White Heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was not made of ordinary flesh and blood. It was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The cloud phoenix fragment that Feng Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 cloud path immortal goo more than 10 times. The discovery of the cloud phoenix fragment confirmed Feng Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire purple sand desolate land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The Dao marks covered most of the goo paths. Among them, there were 3 immortal materials that contain rich star path and wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal goo. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Feng Yuan could completely abandon blazing heaven demoness and refine goo on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, star thought immortal goo's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Feng Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the light of wisdom path to use. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The goo immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Feng Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this purple sand desolate land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the goo immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal goo. But unfortunately the goo refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path goo formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the goo refinement were destroyed. Only these fragments were left. No matter who it was or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge goo formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place. Nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui, who knew that Feng Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Feng Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 fortune immortal goo, even though Ma Hong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Shui, whose demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal, or perhaps goo immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Feng Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him, he had a new feeling. Sigh. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Feng Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Feng Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Feng Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the goo formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance there was nothing here. But under Feng Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of goo formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound goo formation, such an exquisite arrangement. It must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Feng Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path goo formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation, outside the refinement path goo formation. Other than the space path goo formation, Feng Yuan also found many defensive goo formations, some food path goo formations, and even phantom path goo formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Feng Yuan did not know much about this. He only heard that food path was best at feeding goo worms. The supplementary food path goo formation here should be used to feed these goo worms. After all, a goo formation required countless goo worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path goo formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still goo formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path goo formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Feng Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path goo formation? As he continued to observe, Feng Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path goo formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal goo left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path goo formation to survive. Feng Yuan did not know much about phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dongfang Naganori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fang Yuan would not have been able to recognize this goo formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire goo formation into a phantom form to prevent external attacks from destroying the goo formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these goo formations survive the explosion. Refinement path goo immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path goo formations. They also set up many supplementary goo formations on top of the refinement path goo formation. Using these goo formations, refining goo worms is much easier. It saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path goo formation. It is said to be the #1 goo refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this goo formation is a compound goo formation with a total of 12 different goo formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path goo formations. But these goo formations were very superficial. After all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects he would definitely be mediocre. Chapter 944. The goo formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a goo formation. In order to set up this goo formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally invited the #1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path goo immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forced. He put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shui Hu used Lady Wan Shou to convince Sun Ming Lu. Although Sun Ming Lu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shui Hu set up a refinement path goo formation for his beloved wife. He was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains goo immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent goo immortals. He set up a goo formation and prevented the Central Continent goo immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually the goo formation was broken and Sun Ming Lu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Ming Lu had detailed records of old ancestor Shui Hu's invitations. According to the remains of the goo formation, this goo formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Ming Lu had set up 12 layers of compound goo formations. He was publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The goo immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme martial grandmaster. The realm above great grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path: long hair ancestor, old immortal Kongju, and old eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food path goo formation, phantom path goo formation, metal path goo formation, strength path goo formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the goo formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these goo formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal goo that were struggling at death's door. There was not a single immortal goo. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal goo. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path goo formations could not feed the immortal goo. In the following period of time, the immortal goo starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path goo formation. This was the 7th wisdom path goo formation he had found. The goo formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this goo formation. In this goo formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path goo formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful because this wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Feng Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple wisdom path Gu formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small Gu formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the Gu formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years or even 1,000 years, I will be refining Gu here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus I asked Yellow to add this small Gu formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This Gu formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 Soul Path Immortal Gu. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal Gu recipes. There was an accident when I was refining Gu today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul Immortal Gu recipe, but I refined an immortal Gu with unknown effects. Although it is also a Soul Path Immortal Gu, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The Gu refinement failed. 3 of my defensive Gu formations were destroyed, even the main refinement path Gu formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, Yellow came to fix all the Gu formations. I can refine Gu now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant Gu Immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the Celestial Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect before leaving. He took away that Soul Path Immortal Gu. So this is the effect of an immortal Gu. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Feng Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are yellow, azure, purple, green. A total of 7 members. Their code name should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Feng Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the Gu formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the Gu formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today I found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a Gu Immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kongju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death, with death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits. Death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture deathland is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Feng Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy. There were no tribulations or calamities. It was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Feng Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Feng Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Feng Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world. It will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Wuxia octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined. As the surrounding darkness faded, the jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Feng Yuan, who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel, and this place was specially set up when he explored the Wuxia octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it, Feng Yuan's formation path attainment was not high. He could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Feng Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Feng Yuan quickly worked trying to get rid of these traces. But soon there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Wuxia octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Wuxia octopus has returned? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly before the Wuxia octopus arrived. He got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Wuxia octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over. But by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. Then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high. It was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Yuxia octopuses had retreated, while the Northern Plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench. It was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round. Only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few hundred pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence. It would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength. But they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight. It only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly. Thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light. They were in a sorry state. They had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xing Xiangzi lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories. 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yicha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xing Xiangzi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face blazing heaven demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Yicha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone we finally meet. Fang Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi. Dr. Inxian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Fang Yuan. How did you escape? Soon an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth. But there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Inxian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xing Xiangzi escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xing Xiangzi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yicha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Knight mucus? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Fang Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person. Even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious. Fang Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Fang Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path revival method, man as before immortal goo, and used it with Time Anchor immortal goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon, and the rest it would take too much time and effort. Next, Fang Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Fang Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Fang Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless goo immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most Gu immortals, then from now on, the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the life and death immortal aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Gu immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Gu immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Gu immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the Gu immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials. Immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials, because the environment here was unique. He had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal according to the Gu immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the blazing heaven demoness even if they couldn't obtain it. However, but every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation. Accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortals' strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth, they were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Feng Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Feng Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a wood path Gu immortal might move all his wood path resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many fire path Tao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the wood path Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the wood path resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a wood path calamity and tribulation. In the end, the wood path Tao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure. as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortals' cultivation. Feng Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Dao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortals' cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation on the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly. There was no hope of progress. It was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu immortal's strength would snowball. The more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation, after modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Ranzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Feng Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded. Traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward. History is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science. It develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method. He also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kong Ju. He used Rule Path Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Feng Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Feng Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Feng Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple. It was very complex. Because every goo cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different goo worms. For example, Feng Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength goo, countless disappointment goo, and all sorts of supplementary goo to construct a multi-layered goo formation. If not for this, old ancestor Shui Hu would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded, if he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Feng Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu Immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques. Although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu Immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Feng Yuan. There was only one reason. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land, and the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Feng Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guyua Desolatine physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life, he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today at this moment he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Feng Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Feng Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, They were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fang Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of giant sun immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea. Thus, he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombies and create a high-grade blessed land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the information path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness' strategy was indeed very wise. These last days she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui, who was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui whose battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shui whose weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui whose days very difficult. As the leader of a superforce He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the central continent Gu immortals divided Dark Prison, they brought the immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others. They had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent Gu immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times. He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Cheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu immortal, they needed numbers. It was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move. But after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Cheng would definitely die on the spot. Escape. He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless Gu worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But He Cheng was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he had immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an immortal killer move for He Cheng to increase his strength. This immortal killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now, He Cheng turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the immortal killer moves he used. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly. Countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield killer move, Pear Orchard. He Cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had never exposed Xing Xiangzi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As He Cheng escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious. She transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Quickly stop him." Fang Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned. She could see clearly that with Fang Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Cheng. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not want to stop He Cheng. He had fought with He Cheng before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. He Cheng was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Cheng. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Cheng's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let He Cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly. "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fang Yuan. Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. Fang Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, he only had rank 5 Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an Immortal Gu. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fang Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Cheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Cheng. He Cheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fang Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Fang Yuan harassing him, He Cheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the 3 surrounded He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Cheng was suppressed. Fang Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Cheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought He Cheng 3 times. The battle strength that Fang Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days, he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Cheng was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open, a huge bronze hand grabbed at He Cheng from all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Cheng at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Cheng looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Gene Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He Tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of He Tribe had arrived. Our He Tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you. But you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 Supreme Elders of He Tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, "Hey tribes for elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters?" The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body, "Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Cheng and He Lulan are members of our He Tribe. Our He Tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful." Then another voice said, "Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ha ha ha." Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Li Shan said, "Old ancestor Shui Hu's matter is not something you 4 He Tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter?" "What do you mean?" The shocked voices of the 4 He Tribe elders came from inside the Bronze Giant. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. "Big sister!" Fairy Li Shan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came to a stop as she stared at the Bronze Giant. A ball of flame ignited on the Bronze Giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the Bronze Giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move. Fire prison. Amidst the flames, the Bronze Giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He Tribe elders that formed the Bronze Giant were astonished. "When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Chingcheng couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against." However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when two or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power. Or effect resonance. Angry bird and fire prison. These two immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The blazing sky demoness first used the angry bird to bombard the bronze giant before using fire prison, immediately trapping Qingcheng unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the fire prison first, blazing heaven demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the four elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the fire prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The angry bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing heaven demoness used these fire path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated fire prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Gu immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So blazing heaven demoness fire path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire path great grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. Roar! The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing heaven demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal battlefield killer move. Pear garden and mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge. The terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge. A mound started to rise. Soon this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding thousand li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the four elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me it is because of minuscule mountain? Feng Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's pear garden and mountain is similar to Hataru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Ranzu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Dao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden and Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Feng Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The four elders of He tribe were ranked 7 Gu Immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden and Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Feng Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of pear garden and mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods, according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Oomph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move. Dark Ember. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom! 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times. 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it. Her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand her father, He Cheng, was imprisoned. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Cheng, and it was also targeted at him, Feng Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Feng Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Feng Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Feng Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble. While Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of wood path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of earth path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original pear orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense. Only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it. The deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh! 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 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey Tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the goo formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless goo worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Chung, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. Hei Chung wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden soon. He was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Li Shan's hands. Let him go. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move. 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain binding Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan and Hei Chung. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down, they had to chase. Hei Chung was acting as Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling Hei Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu Immortal was kidnapped by someone else. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face. If they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson, in the future they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. Hei Tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If Hei Chung was kidnapped, Hei Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. Hei Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. Hei Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. Hei Tribe's Gu Immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. Hei Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by blazing heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. Hey tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Feng Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me?" "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Feng Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiang Zi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Cheng struggled to get up. He had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only He Cheng was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Feng Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Cheng as she scolded. "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Cheng knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to tell you all of He tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xianer get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Cheng turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xianer, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." He tribe was a super force. It had a long history. Their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals. They were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. "After you sing, I will appear." He Cheng begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance. He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled coldly. Looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want. I have already restrained He Cheng. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me." He Cheng knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. "You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Zhongyu to protect you. You cannot deny this." He Lulan looked down at He Cheng. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then she fiercely kicked He Cheng. "I will only ask you one question." He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know." He Cheng seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, "Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end?" He Cheng was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Cheng's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian'er loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sop 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 sop. After answering, He Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotten prawn curled up sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Cheng's intermittent sobbing. He Cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Feng Yuan only knew. Since ancient times no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, He Lulan's mother. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal goo even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Cheng indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death, even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go, letting him go is letting yourself go. Shaolan, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good," He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die. Hey, I am not that weak." Shaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Shaolan. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word at an unexpected time fiercely struck Feng Kim Huang's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Huang had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter!" A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Huang turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Kim Huang could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Huang gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Huang raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. "Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father. Huang, don't cry. Let me tell you a story." This was a story from The Legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter, who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Son was like this. His daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time Self-Gu and Renzu's heart spoke. "Oh human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone, when you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Son onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Son will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong. His muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Renzu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my fear goo." Fear goo. Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once fear goo appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly, before saying to the beastman, "I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear goo turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dare to look down on my fear goo. Now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the fear goo directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear goo made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear goo made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night. often getting lost. During the day he would go into caves, or hide under the shade of trees. Fear Gu made Ranzu afraid of leaves, thus Ranzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear Gu made Ranzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Ranzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear Gu made Ranzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Ranzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Ranzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by Fear Gu, he could not move far. When Fear Gu understood Ranzu's goal, it made Ranzu afraid of death. Ranzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death, because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Ranzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed. "Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang heir, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong. How can I embarrass my parents?" Such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Joga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Joga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system, expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Joga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Joji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Joga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Joga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Joga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head. But that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. "This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lan, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kongju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path Immortal Killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No rush, I am waiting for someone." "Oh, who?" Fairy Li Shan was surprised. "It's me." A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. "Old Ancestor Xuehu!" He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader." Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry. She had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits. His snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now his aura was concealed, there was no aura left. He was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. After the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Ancestor Xuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Xuehu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness had a calm expression. "Xuehu, your gains were good, right?" Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded, saying slowly, "Even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a superforce with deep foundations. This time we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot." So it turned out, He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Chang, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Xuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials. He plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely. They are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Xuehu to deal with He tribe? Feng Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Xuehu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Xuehu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Xuehu's weakness. Old Ancestor Xuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them, but most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Xuehu waved his hand and tins of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them there was even a slumbering immortal zombie. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Xuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Xuehu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shui, who is a trustworthy person. Then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shui, whose eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there. Now that Hay Tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again, after this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain Hay Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack Hay Tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shui, who did not even glance at Hei Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who were still locked in battle, but now they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shui, who was known as the #1 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Feng Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu Immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu Immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu Immortals would not do this. Gu Immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Shui, who and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu Immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against Old Ancestor Shui, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestor Shui won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it Old Ancestor Shui or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestor Shui, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body, and the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered Hay Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Superforce Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say Hay Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of Hay Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu Immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that Old Ancestor Shui had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Feng Yuan. Now let's talk about you, Feng Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Feng Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xing Xiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you three have to say. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even force Fang Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these three female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality, the relationship between the three was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fang Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fang Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fang Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her third sister change her name to Su Xian'er, and purposely got close to He Cheng before entering He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian'er fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian'er's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian'er did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth in He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xian'er fell in love with He Cheng. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian'er to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation, and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity. She started to plot. Fang Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Fang Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength Immortal Goo. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength Immortal Goo was a strength path Immortal Goo. It was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength Immortal Goo was something that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan to He Lulan. It was not just a simple rank 6 Immortal Goo. It had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength Immortal Goo for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Fang Yuan. She was shocked by Fang Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's Immortal Goo refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the Immortal Goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any Immortal Goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. The any Immortal Goo was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength Immortal Goo in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength Immortal Goo in your possession. Return the Immortal Goo to Little Lan. It is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the Immortal Goo. The Goo Worm was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his Ice Path attainment level was not low. But he could not take away the mysterious Immortal Goo in the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's body. Unless a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature Immortal Killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless Goo Immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan did not have Wisdom Path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it, other than him the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the Immortal Goo in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment to begin with. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it. There was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then when Fang Yuan saved He Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and He Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant. My strength is too low. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak. He was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dongfang Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shuehu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. He Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunsheng. But to think that at this moment it has become my greatest trump card. Fang Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 goo immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shuehu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shuehu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demoness a little impatient, and she urged, Fang Yuan, if you have any requests you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demoness' question. Instead he asked, did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal goo? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness answered. That's because your fire path attainment has not reached the Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. Fang Yuan succeeded. How could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo. But I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Feng Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Feng Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the Blazing Heaven Demoness, so Feng Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Feng Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than Blazing Heaven Demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Feng Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal Gu, I will not have any useful Strength Path immortal Gu anymore. He had to refine a new Strength Path immortal Gu to replace it. And this immortal Gu recipe needs a large number of Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented Blazing Heaven Demoness from refusing. The Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shui who had returned, there were many Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Feng Yuan, then Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestor Shui who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard. Against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Feng Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Shui who, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Feng Yuan wants to use a Strength Path immortal zombie to refine immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head saying to Feng Yuan, if your Gu refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying Strength Path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number. If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a Strength Path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of Strength Path immortal zombies obtained by Feng Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine Gu 3 times. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Feng Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Feng Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal Gu to you on the spot. Feng Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine star-thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small. But when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire in his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, the time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way, I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier. Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier he did not care about it because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness' words, Fang Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal, my remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once. It cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fang Yuan, this is my third request, you have to accept this gift. If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fang Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Fang Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued. Fong Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man. Fong Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fong Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fong Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fong Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fong Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests, rather than saying that they were blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fong Yuan. Facing this huge temptation while Fong Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood blazing Heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards blazing Heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request. Fong Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fong Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fong Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the Gutsgoo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of Gutsgoo. Thirdly, and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunxing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fong Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fong Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fong Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Chapter 955. Central Continent Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces there was an old tower standing tall. This tower was covered in scars. It had over 3 million years of history. It was famous. It was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air. Their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lien Zhoushang's body shook. He could not stand stably. He directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Zongshui's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Chantian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Zongshui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless. A human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. Alright. This time, the repair of Fate Immortal Goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at Fate Immortal Goo floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body. It had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. By Chun Tian's side. With this successful restoration, Fate Gu can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Zhoushang said excitedly. Oh, what is its use? Bai Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired. He smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Gu's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power. Its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny, and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains, the Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Feng Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the sixth request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Feng Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Feng Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Feng Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his two aunts, he returned Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Feng Yuan's unwillingness to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Feng Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Starform Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Feng Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Feng Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Feng Yuan. He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu. With Feng Yuan's conscience backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Chung personally, she felt like her world had changed. Her breathing became much smoother. She felt like she had a new life. These Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Aunt, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued. Next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian'er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the two ants allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Ants, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The four supreme elders after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Qing's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This superforce should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Feng Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui who only wanted to steal a batch of resources. He even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the two ants fearlessly, smiling. I know ants care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her ants and Feng Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. Alright, you can rest assured, He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Ranzu, and was one of the immortal goo that Feng Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Feng Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up. She played with attitude goo in her hands. That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. Haha, I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again. Her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful. With attitude goo and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Feng Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 956. Feng Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask. Her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor. She had short hair and shining eyes. giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the fairy Black Moon that Feng Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude Gu does not affect my eyes but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing Attitude Gu. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world. It seems that He Lulan is fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Feng Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then, how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Feng Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Feng Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Feng Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influence Feng Yuan and almost cause Feng Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Feng Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lianyun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy. I just want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation. I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal. Can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun. Even if you do not ascend immediately. After inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sex strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a superforce like us can deal with old ancestor Shui, who and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued. I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, They can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance? Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is thieving heaven demon Venerable's doing. Compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Jioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife. Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Jioge disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Bai Qing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the two Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Jioge. He has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring. His words were practically absolute in the sect. He suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend thieving heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood thieving heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Qimhong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy. But Zhao Lianyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Qimhong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Bai Qing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh? She came out so fast. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, "Thieving Heaven's inheritance has disappeared. This means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple?" Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment, she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it, did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. She grabbed Zhao Lianyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, "Of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing." Rank 9 immortal killer move divine concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable created theft path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that thieving heaven demon Venerable had 2 great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment? Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded. That's right. Divine Concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these 3 things. Thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Rank 9 Divine Concealment. Only a Rank 9 Wisdom Path Gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued. This is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it you might not believe it. That is divine concealment. It can make a Gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyun was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyun was still immortal and not a Gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, Providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since Providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped Providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to Gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, after thieving heaven demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use thieving heaven demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing. Then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jioga. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Jioga went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jioga. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said, Then what do we do now? Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jioga to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jioga was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue, and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal goo masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only goo immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Feng Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star thought immortal goo failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Feng Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path goo formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path goo immortal. He could not construct a refinement path goo formation of this level. Feng Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of goo refinement immortal materials. This time the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Feng Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps. When the goo refinement failed, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path goo formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the goo immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal goo masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star Thought Immortal Goo. At this step it is purely up to luck. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it goo masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks, they had to use goo worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when goo immortals refine goo, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal goo was like playing bowling. The goo immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the goo refinement succeed. The goo immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will, and the goo immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demoness is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining immortal goo is too difficult and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Langya. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal goo, or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the goo refinement. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time, in refinement path. The number of immortal goo he refined in his life was shocking. Although Longhair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan's goo refinement failed again and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Langya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal goo first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Feng Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Snowy Mountain blessed land any longer. Ever since the Battle of Killing He Chang, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Shui Hu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Shui Hu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. "Fairy, please enlighten me." Fairy Li Shan sighed. "The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo will have to stop for some time." Why? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely, because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu reached a compromise. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu knew their limits. They reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains' righteous path forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to old ancestor Shui Hu's theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters. A small portion will be refined by our branch. So now Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City's storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, "It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shui who's stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms, he knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition. The Goo Immortal's Fire Path Dao marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fang Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal goo would be the immortal goo that Fang Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary Wisdom Path Goo Immortals did not have this confidence, but Fang Yuan was very confident. The reason was, his Hu Immortal Blessed Land contained Wisdom Goo. The effect of Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply amazing. Fang Yuan had to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth, he could not use Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan improved the Nirvana Flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Goo would continue to provide Fang Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Goo and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Fang Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Goo formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Feng Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal goo. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan goo. With all three, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living goo immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this, even though blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use Wisdom Goo in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Feng Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Feng Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already secretly entered Luopa Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Jioga, and the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person, Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Goo Immortal. He was an external Supreme Elder of a Superforce Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huangjin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a Central Continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8 with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Goo Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you, if I save Lord Feng Jioga, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask. His figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog. His true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioga, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything, because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Goo Immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's Impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal Goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's Impatience obtained an Immortal Killer move that could detect Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's Impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, They found the exact location of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Prince's impatience activated his immortal goo. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal goo and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's impatience's hand. But soon Prince's impatience's hand shook intensely. Even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Lianyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Fengjoga, quickly come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry. You are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Fengjoga paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this Thieving Heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Lianyun only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu Immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Lianyun was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Fengjoga. Just like what Fengjoga said, the winds of assimilation that gave Prince's impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Lianyun. In fact, when Zhao Lianyun put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Fengjoga's voice came again. See, I was right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Fengjoga, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Fengjoga. Next, she saw that Fengjoga was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Fengjoga, Zhao Lianyun called out softly. Fengjoga slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyun to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, before looking at Fengjoga. Fengjoga smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face. He revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind there were countless starlights shining. A vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff! After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty. The long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell. He felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on, he needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler, it needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death. If not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Feng Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Feng Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet. It did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was nighttime now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Feng Yuan did not want to waste this time. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, Feng Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Feng Yuan to pass this round of immortal goo feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Feng Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal goo. He had too many immortal goo on him now. Very few goo immortals. He had so many immortal goo. Feeding these immortal goo was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal goo was more important than quantity. Like Shuesong Zi, he only had 1 immortal goo. But after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal goo. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal goo and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves to deal with all kinds of situations. Feng Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal goo could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare. Even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in jewel yellow skies was finalized. Feng Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star thought immortal goo, Feng Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo. He did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly, the success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine star thought immortal goo, Feng Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now, but most of his funds were invested in the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Feng Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star Form Land Spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Feng Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Feng Yuan's need for Star Form Blessed Land was no longer as urgent as before. Feng Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Feng Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now everything was ready, he only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Feng Yuan would revive and create a high-grade life and death immortal aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Feng Yuan's future would be bright. Feng Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Feng Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan sighed, thinking of the open door gu and closed door gu in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago. They had made it their headquarters. If Feng Yuan had rashly gone there earlier without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death, the difference between them and the enemy was too great. There was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Feng Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Gu Immortals. But Central Continent Gu Immortals are outsiders. They cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Feng Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Feng Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield. Thus he knew this precious information. There are actually many secretive Gu Immortals in Gu Master forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. The members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves. This mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Feng Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Chojiu. Feng Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. Alright, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Feng Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open door gu and closed door gu. He also wanted to know about these 2 gu worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley? I don't agree, Feng Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Feng Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took out open-door goo and closed-door goo. Just like how He Lulan exposed attitude goo, these goo worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it, she might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan with disdain. Without my information you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a Gu immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Feng Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her two ants' influence to force Feng Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Feng Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Feng Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demoness was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining goo. And as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed. Anyway, Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Feng Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no! Someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Feng Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioge's death to the latter. "Sigh, I was too late." Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, on the surface there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Princess Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say these six were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the prince's impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Prince's Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that wisdom path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Prince's Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle, and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The three started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies, and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan used open door Gu and closed door Gu. There was no reaction. Open door Gu and closed door Gu were left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. But this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Feng Yuan sighed. He understood that thieving heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained thieving heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's Impatience came to save Feng Zhoga too late. Feng Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if thieving heaven demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Feng Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Feng Yuan nodded and activated his immortal Gu, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless Gu worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's Impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's Impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Feng Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins with Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luopa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Gu immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Feng Yuan could take Luopa Valley, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly, they are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's Impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Liao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's Impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's Impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's Impatience would not give up. The central continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them, they were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me, let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Joga died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's Impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the Blessed Land. This is the Blessed Land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the Blessed Land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of Dark Path and Soul Path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms, they resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature. He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luopa Valley. She called the land spirit. The Blessed Land's land spirit had a unique appearance. It was a green vine. The vine was like clothes, it was attached to the familial love that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan. The land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian'er forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. To think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian'er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian'er. Even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian'er looked at He Lulan with affection. Her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian'er called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path Dao marks. And Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path Dao marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan placed Luopa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain. And of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Zhouge's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Zhouge died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Zhouge actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Zhouge left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Zhouge's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued. The information path Gu worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sai Lord Feng Zhouge's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Zhouge so deeply. Similarly, Feng Zhouge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the Central Continent, but you died in the Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh Bai Qing, you have to be strong. This time, don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Zhouge's final words in blood. Before Feng Zhouge died, he wrote the 2 words Bo Qing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Feng Zhouge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Feng Zhouge is investigating the truth behind 88-point Jinyang Tower's collapse in Northern Plains. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Zhouge and Bo Qing are very similar. Back then, Bo Qing was much stronger than Feng Zhouge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Bo Qing's information. I only want to know, why did Feng Zhouge leave behind the 2 words Bo Qing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while before a Gu immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Feng Zhouge's opponent, Qin Baisheng, used 5-finger fist heart sword. And this killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Zhouge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower has something to do with Bo Qing? According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had 5-finger fist heart sword, it was more or less related to Bo Qing. And Bo Qing is a Gu immortal of our Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue. Indeed, Bo Qing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Zhouge's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Zhouge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These 2 rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate. There was no need for rank 8 Gu immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Zhouge was invincible in Central Continent. His importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Zhouge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort. It is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu immortals felt a headache. The territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Zhouge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources. They were shouting non-stop. They did not mention Feng Zhouge anymore. It was as if Feng Zhouge's final existence was the discussion of Bo Qing earlier. Fairy Bai Qing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Bai Qing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes brighten. She paid close attention to this. If Feng Zhouge was here, Feng Qimhong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Zhouge was gone, Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere. She became a huge threat to Feng Qimhong. Fairy Bai Qing naturally loved her children. She was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited two thieving heaven true inheritances. Did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment, these are two top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching them. But from the current situation they are unfathomable. These two immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves. They do not expend immortal essence. Just like fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the attainment level of venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? We are not sure yet, we are still experimenting. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible. We can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. He, unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded. Continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Lianyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, immortal zombie 7-star child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "All the arrangements are basically in place, but Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Gu. You need to activate it first." Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-star child replied solemnly. "Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue," the figure in the mirror said again. 7-star child did not speak. He stopped using this information path immortal killer move as the mirror vanished. Then he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Along falling heavenly river, after passing myriad dragon docks territory, Fairy Baiqing stepped into combat immortal sex territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Baiqing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was falling heavenly river? This was falling heavenly river, a huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Baiqing was like an ant. Fairy Baiqing had traveled with Fengjoga in her early years, and had seen falling heavenly river. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Fengjoga, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Fengjoga back then. It was about the reason for the formation of falling heavenly river. Fengjoga spoke frankly to Fairy Baiqing. There were 2 explanations for this. One was that falling heavenly river was the tribulation itself. The other was that Baiqing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp. He used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Baiqing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these 2 holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the 2 holes and poured down together. It smashed into central continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in central continent. Fairy Baiqing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Feng Zhouge smiled and replied, I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, falling heavenly river's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gu immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, falling heavenly river's water flow slows down. Rank 7 Gu immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gu immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Baiqing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal Gu for this trip. They were all to help her enter falling heavenly river. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Baiqing was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Her only chance was to enter falling heavenly river at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now. Falling heavenly river was very close. Fairy Baiqing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west. The sky was covered in layers of burning clouds. The radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Baiqing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant falling heavenly river in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted. A huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fairy Baiqing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Baiqing was puzzled. She quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Baiqing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Baiqing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the myriad eyes clear bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Baiqing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu. A long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Baiqing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Baiqing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing central continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run! A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Don't pull my hair! Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hand subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God! It has caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters. His cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge, it was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright. His soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden horned centipede was close to him. His hair stood on end. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals. This number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus normally Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration. Some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Feng Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. This time he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden horned centipede. Following closely behind, that huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up, it is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy. It had hundreds of legs on the ground. It was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open. Saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier. He could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape. He could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then it would descend again. When the golden horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground, its speed would fall sharply. But at this time Hongyi was still running, his speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden horned centipede tried to bite, Hongyi would escape. This idiot! The mini-man laughed loudly, he was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Wild goo worms had limited intelligence. Their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hongyi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horned centipede. You idiot! The mini-man shouted. Hongyi, however, felt resentment. You are the idiot. I told you the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid. We can leave after stealing the 100 flowers due. But you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up. Guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hongyi, so it changed to another method of attack. That was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hongyi's ugh. But there was no helping it, this was the height. Idiot, run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation. He shivered in fear, his entire body trembled. He could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hongyi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hongyi's butt. The mini-man felt despair. He was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hongyi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hongyi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hongyi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden horned centipede was originally pierced into Hongyi's butt. But now Hongyi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hongyi's butt. The wound was no longer obstructed, blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hongyi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hongyi's butt. Oh! Hongyi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hongyi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it, the two wounds were very deep, and with Hongyi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hongyi covered his butt as he ran. The golden horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hongyi's expression turned pale. Goo masters had little primeval essence to begin with, it was not durable. And killer moves used many goo worms at the same time, the expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hongyi was already at his limit. Death was approaching, Hongyi was forced into a dead end. He had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me, my body is so small. I have little meat, eat him, eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hongyi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hongyi's heart was empty. He did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white. All living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hongyi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden horn centipede goo was gone. It was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hongyi was at a loss. He could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island Flying Frost Sect's territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading Goo master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Goo immortals. It was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land. The only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time we brought the best seedlings. They might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. If we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Goo master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Goo master spoke loudly. Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you about it. Swoosh! Right at this time a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. They were motionless. They were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path Dao marks were here. Isolating the water path Dao marks, the seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Goo. His withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Goo. This time, the restoration of Fate Goo was a huge success. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Bai Shui, Lian Zhousheng, and Bai Chan Tian, who had restored Fate Goo with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Goo immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up. They had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Goo immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Goo immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly. That was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Goo will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Goo recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower! After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chuntian, Bai Zongshui, and Lian Zhoushang had been summoned back. At this moment they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chuntian returned first, followed by Bai Zongshui. Last was Lian Zhoushang. Lian Zhoushang was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Falling heavenly river source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Zongshui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, But Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui. You specialize in water path, I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Chan Tian said, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated. We need to move quickly. Central Continent. Combat Immortal Sect. The source of falling heavenly river has changed. It seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals, you can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in the air. Gu Immortal Jin Lai Yang was in the fire. He was tall and sturdy. He had golden hair and fiery eyes. His rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to First Supreme Elder. You should look for Shirley for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Joga is no longer around. He is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Lai Yang, although Shirley is strong, the huge combat immortal sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Lai Yang's mind moved. He suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists. Heh! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nod it, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed. He quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was tall and had a refined appearance. He nodded with a smile. I came out because of the change in falling heavenly river. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling heavenly river. I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling heavenly river source. Who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present. Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know. But Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling heavenly river source. Li Junying's will said. Oh, did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation. She is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength. Who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's laughed heartily. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh, there is such a thing. I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied. This matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Joga went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal is the fortune of our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, we will bestow a measurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling heavenly river, we will not send any reinforcements. We will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tianti Mountain. Such sword light Bo Qing Bo Qing. A pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, for the sake of love. Maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Master Jiani Shang raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling heavenly river is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals. Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Shang made up his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Shang, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling heavenly river from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number one person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared. Although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil. A huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him. Star path down marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Feng Yuan is about to return." Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. She squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. "You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.